everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday, only here on YouTube. I am no longer affiliated with that other place, but you can join me here every Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m. Right now, not really streaming on any internet site at the moment, but maybe in the future. We'll see how that works out, but glad you can join Johnny G. Have to apologize for last week because I had some technical difficulties that I have ironed out, although it's not all ironed out, because my Orbi extended router isn't working correctly, and my sister Tony, she tried to help me quite a bit to get that corrected, and she went to some website, and I don't even know if it's actually a good website. I was afraid. I was like, am I being scammed about this? I said, look, I can't talk to you about this, but did anybody ever hear of Router Solutions LLC? But anyway, I went to them, and he was telling me, that people can really get into your get into your Wi-Fi and steal your information. And I'm going, is this legit? She goes, oh yeah, we're a third party for a Netgear. And I was like, okay, it just didn't sound right, but anyway, maybe it is right. So if anybody knows anything about that, send Johnny G an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com, because I couldn't get my PC to work down at the other part, my work PC, but I can get it to work up here so I could move my workstation. But the routers were working great with my old modem, but this is upgraded. Hopefully you can see the stream clear. You'll be able to see the 45's if you can make out the typeset. That is my goal. So again, I apologize for last week. We're also recording this to get on to my vinyltreasures.net website. It's a long show, lots of requests. I posted a bunch of labels on Facebook. You can check it out. I don't know how to connect to Instagram, but I am on there, and I haven't been there for about a week. But anyway, let's talk about what I just played. We open up with Honker Sax Man, Mr. Red Prysock, featured the flip side of a 45 I played back in August 7th. The August 7th Vinyl Treasure Show was called The Horn Blows. The flip side we just heard was called Zonked, a song that he wrote. And did he arrange it? No, amongst so many others on the Mercury record label, the Pink Mercury record label, by the way. May 55, Red Prysock and his orchestra on Mercury Records. We open up with a song called Zonked. Johnny G was zonked off the air last week, so please stick around. If you're new to the Vinyl Treasure Show, please subscribe to my channels. Thank you all, and thank you all for the birthday wishes. Johnny G turned... George is calling me an old man, but maybe 63 is an old man, and sometimes I feel like an old man. But anyway, thank you all for your birthday wishes and your emails and your texts and your instant messages. It is well appreciated and heartfelt to me, so I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And again, I'll be here every Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m. and longer, and I will also be on Monday evenings at 8 o'clock, 8 to 11, for kind of my all 60s show. So you get a double dose of Johnny G. So send me your requests. If I can find them in time, I'll play them. But let's start it off here with the vocal portion. We open up tonight's vocal portion with a flip side from a couple weeks ago. I featured the Chanters. The Chanters, a request for Daniel Kubacki. He requested the B-side to their third release. It was called Angel Darling, and that featured Fred Page on lead, but the A-side features the normal lead, Larry Pendergrass, and this was requested by Andrew Turner, George Tompkins, and Daryl Letts. So we're going to send it out to them. This group from Queens, New York. We go to Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records for the Chanters from August 58 on Deluxe. It's called 5 Little Kisses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little kisses, that's all I need. 5 little kisses, and if you please, 5 little kisses, and 1 big squeeze. That's all I want from you. 5 minutes longer,
open it. Whoops. We open up the vocal portion there. That one there by the Chanters. That one there going out to Daryl, Andrew, and George. August 1958 on the Deluxe record label. 5 Little Kisses. Larry Pendergrass, he's the lead singer. Now, this group also recorded as the Voices 5 on the Kraft and Stereocraft record label. I got to pull those out. I haven't played them here on the show in a while. John G have a lot of requests to play, pulled out a lot of records, a lot of rare 45s too. I will get to all you guys in the chat room. Thank you all for tuning in to the Vinyl Treasure Show. And another side I featured a couple of weeks ago was by the Unknowns. It was a request for Josue Perez, played the ballad B-side. It was called One More Chance. The flip is a killer jump tune, again featuring Fred Bruner on lead. This one's going out to George Tompkins, early 1957, The Unknowns. I think Nick Nicola, you might have also mentioned this record too. The Unknowns on the Extra label. This is the up-tempo side. It's called You and Me.
Dobby, dobby,
Early 1957 release there for a group called The Unknowns. The Unknowns on Ben Smith's Extra record label, You and Me. Great two-sided 45, not a cheap one either. So if you're looking for that on a vinyl press, I don't know if they booted this extra copy, but you can definitely get it on the much cheaper label called Shield Records from 1962. That is the way, because a lot of these records, they are very expensive if you want to collect the original ones, and that is how it is. But you know what we do on the 50s and early 60s edition? We count down the music chronologically here, and we started off in the 1950s, early 50s. We end up in the 1960s. Got a little bit of I mix it up a little bit with tonight's show, but I got a lot of records to play, so let's start it off here as we count down the music chronologically here. This we started off with an instrumental, then 2 up-tempos, then we go to the countdown here. And this is a request for listener Emnon. He requested the Checkers. The Checkers, they were formed by ex-Domino's bass Bill Brown. This is their 3rd release on Sid Nathan's King record label. It features John Carnegie on lead. Let's go way back to January 1953 on the King label for the Checkers. The Checkers on King. It's called My Prayer Tonight.
My prayer tonight will be for you. I'll for you, my love. My prayer will be, I'll ask the Lord above to hear my humble plea. I'll pray that you'll be brave, just like you promised you'd be. I'll pray the Lord you save all your love for me. My prayer tonight comes from my heart. I'll pray you'll be all right as long as we're apart.
I'll pray that you will be brave, just like you promised you'll be. I pray the Lord that you'll save all your love for me, nobody else but me.
My prayer tonight comes from my heart. I'll pray you'll be all right as long as we're apart.
That one there by request for listener Emnon, the Checkers there, the great Checkers, January 1953. A little bit of surface noise on that 45. You know, listen, you try to get everything mint. Sometimes it's not that easy to. Maybe that was slightly polished too. As I got some polished records in my collection, not many, but I do have a few. That's on the King record label, the Checkers with My Prayer Tonight, requested by a great listener, Emnon, John Carnegie on lead. I'm trying to adjust this. Barbara bought me a new stand for my birthday for the webcam, and I didn't get a chance because of this crazy internet. I wasn't really happy with the guy that came over from Cablevision. I was not. I am gonna give them a big negative. I will, that he really did a half-ass job, excuse the expression. But let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We move into 1954. We go to Washington, D.C. for the debut single for this group on Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. It features John Berry on lead, November 54. This is a classic by the Rainbows on Red Robin. It's called Mary Lee. Call that a classic there by the Rainbows. The Rainbows. John Berry on lead, November 1954. Bobby Robinson's Red Robin record label. That's a great label to collect. Not easy to find all the pieces on the Red Robin record label, that is for sure, but that one there, the Rainbows, November 54, Mary Lee. Now, 1960 for you collectors out there, Bobby Robinson reissued that on the Fire label, like with the 1960s revival, so you can buy that record in Times Square Records, you know, for a couple dollars. If Slim had, you know, Slim would have them in the store there, and he would feature those songs that he had quantity on his radio show. And, you know, that is a winning combination to do that. And they got another great record, too, on the Pilgrim label called Shirley. I have featured that here on the Vinyltreasure Show, both on 78 and 45, as Johnny G babbles on here. And we stay in the year 1954 here with a request for Daniel Kubacki as we head out to California to Lee Silver's Space label for a group called the Dundees, Dundees, and the label reads featuring a Carlisle Dundee, but that's what it says on the label, but it's really Robert Mosley. He's on lead here, and he gets a writer credit under Mosley. But this group soon followed this up with another release that only came out on a 78, which I do not have. I know a young collector, Braden McCallow, he is looking for that 78. Good luck, Braden, to find that 78 by the Wonders. It is on my want list, but I'm happy to have this 45. It's a request for Daniel Kubacki, October 54, the Dundees on Space. Their tune is called Never.
Will I love again? Never will I be in pain. Never will my life be the same. It's true, I went for your little game. Never can you lead me by a stream. Me say it's summer when it's spring. Never will I love you again. Never anymore. Yes, if it was really, really true that I fell for you, that you helped me to see your love was not for me, and now I know. Not paradise is like the weather, cloudy in its nights. I got my lesson, ain't no more guessing. You're very smart, but you can't bring my heart.
Hiss and all that. That's by request for Daniel Kubacki. Those are the Dundees. Losing my place, too. Those are the Dundees. The Dundees from October 1954. It's on the Space record label. Song entitled Never. Now, this group would add, I think there was some of the group members of this group, they would add Herman Pruitt, and they would record as the Calvains on Dutone. And I think this lead singer, he left, and maybe one other person, but you kind of like ties to the Calvains on Dutone. But that Spacey, that Wonders record, that is a great song, only on a 78. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. As hope you're digging on the tunes. Thank you all for watching Johnny G here and coming to the broadcast and being great supporters of Johnny G. And the other person on the other station, he's kind of stupid in my opinion, and he knows he is, as my buddy Dave the Rave told him. But you know what? Bigger and better things as we move on, and I thank you all for your support and for watching Johnny G and listening to the tunes and your correspondence. So I will be here twice a week. I'll do a 60s show on Monday evenings at 8 o'clock, 8 to 11. So it'll be like post-Beatle records, and I'll do a couple 61, 62s if I get some requests, but this will be all group harmony with information that my assistant Charlene Whiteside has been so helpful to help Johnny G for all this time. So let's continue here, and we stay in 54. Now, a couple weeks ago I played a request for Daniel on Tom Trubosky's Owl label by the Barons, and Tom was putting out pretty cool stuff that was previously unreleased, and he used to sell records too in Gold Mine. Unfortunately, he passed away a while back, but the side that Daniel requested was the Barons. The song was called My Secret. That was an unreleased song. Came out on a 1968 Imperial LP called it's called Legendary Master Series Volume 1, Rhythm and Blues and End of an Era. Now, there was another unreleased master on that LP by a group called the Bees, and the Bees of Toy Bell fame. And a member of that Bees group was Billy Bland. Billy Bland, that had a big hit in 1960 with Let the Little Girl Dance. He was a member of the group, and he wrote this song that was unreleased, and I think he's also doing lead. So maybe some of you might never have heard this tune, but I like this song. September 54 was recorded. It's by the Bees on the Owl label. I think this is Billy Bland on lead. Listen closely. The song is called Darling Please.
Oh, darling, please, please remember me. I love you, you see. Please remember me. At night I kneel down to pray that you'll be with me always. Please remember me. You left me alone just when I needed you. Come on back to me, 'cause until you do, my dream won't come true. Oh, darling, I miss your tender kiss. I love you, you see. Please remember me. You left me alone just when I needed you so. Come on back to me. Until you do, my dreams can come true. I miss your tender kiss.
I love you, you see. Please remember me.
There you go. So if you never heard that tune before, that should have been released. But Imperial Records, they put that one out back in 1968 by the Bees. September 1954 on the Owl record label, that's Tom Trebosky's Owl label, Darling Please is the name of the tune. I think that was Billy Bland, early Billy Bland, a young Billy Bland on lead, because he wrote the tune. I'll show you again. We'll see the writer credits on that. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Thank you all for tuning in to the Vinyl Treasure Show. This is really a thrill. It's really the first... we'll call this, and you know, because when I started watching a Bit Bam Boom, John's YouTube site, because John would feature different types of music, and he was calling it the vinyl community. The vinyl community, not John's vinyl community, but the whole vinyl community. And I really got to thank John for promoting my station and for telling all his listeners about it. And you should check out John's channel, Bip Bam Boom. I think that's the channel, and he features all different types. I think he did a tribute to one of the a reggae singers that passed away, and he's got this like big box set of all these 45's that came in there. So that's pretty interesting. So you got to check his site out for sure. And he's got other things too, and you just check them out. I think you'll enjoy that. And they're not that long. They're not as long as Johnny G's 4-hour shows. But let's continue here. Got a lot of records to play as we move into 1955 with a request for Bopper Boy Warren. Warren asked Johnny G if I had this record. He asked me for another one I did not have. But he noticed that this one sold for, I don't know, must have sold for $900 and something on Don Folletti's auction not too long ago. It's an oddball record on the B&S label out of Deadwood, South Dakota. Now, how many group harmony records you think are in Deadwood, South Dakota? But the instrumentation group on this is the Fabulous Playboys. It's from 1955. It's by Lil Joe Bonner and the Idols. This is on the B&S record label, and this is by request for Warren. The Little Joe Bonner and the Idols. It's called Tell Me Baby.
Tell me
Yeah, it's like really an early R&B sound there for Warren Russell there by Little Joe Bonner and the Idols, 1955. It sounds a little bit earlier to me, but it's on the B&S record label of Deadwood, South Dakota. Tell Me Baby. And it was written by the lead singer there, Joe Bonner. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We spin original vinyl 45s. We are in the year 1955. We go to Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label for a request. This time for George Tompkins. He requested the Dominoes. They signed with Jubilee Records in August of 1954. Now, this was their second release, I guess, after they left Federal Records. This was their second release for Jubilee, and it features the wonderful voice styles of Mr. Jackie Wilson. This is by request for George, July 1955. Billy Ward and his Dominoes on Jubilee. It's called Take Me Back to Heaven.
Take me back to heaven from all these earthly things. I want my golden halo. I need my silver wings. Once you called me angel, angel of mine, an angel. Then was I, an angel was I. But take me back to heaven. To fly, on clouds of dreams and rosy schemes, we sailed to heaven's door. Some other love found you. Take me back to heaven to be with you once more.
As by request for George Tompkins, hear that voice of Mr. Jackie Wilson. Jackie Wilson on lead. He was a member of Billy Ward and the Dominoes there, July 1955. That's on the Jubilee record label. Take Me Back to Heaven is the name of the tune. I hope you are in heaven when you're listening to the Vinyl Treasure Show and Johnny G, all these cool 45s, as we count down the music chronologically here. Let's stay in 1955 now. On the last Vinyl Treasure Show that I did, I featured Jimmy Cavallo and his House Rockers with their second of two on the BSD record label out of Auburn, New York. Pretty rare 45. It was called Rock the Joint. Now, WINS disc jockey Alan Freed would really heavily promote the group when they signed with Coral Records in 1956. But, and I think they had the title... They had the title track to Alan Freed's movie Rock, Rock, Rock. But this release is just prior to them signing with a Coral Records. And it's an interesting title that I know not all men really abide by, so I thought I'd give it a spin, and it's actually a pretty cool rockin' tune. But anyways, from 1955, it's on the BSD label. It's by Jimmy Cavallo and the House Rockers, and the interesting title of the song is called "Leave Married Women Alone."
You better leave married women alone. You better leave married women alone. Well, you gotta leave them cold if you want to save your soul. Well, I was out with a chick last Monday night when in walked the husband and wanted to fight. There were 2 licks fast and that was all. He hit me and I hit the wall. You better leave married women alone. Well, I was standing on the corner of Bourbon Street when a chick walked up and said, let's get something to eat. I turned around, man alive, I was staring down the barrel of a 45. You better leave married women alone. That wouldn't be what a half as bad as a woman's husband when he is mad. You better leave married women alone. Well, you better leave married women alone. You better leave married women alone. Well, you better leave them go if you want to save your soul.
As Jimmy Cavallo and his House Rockers there, 1955 on the BSD record label, Leave Married Women Alone. And Alan Freed would play his records often with his association with Coral Records. Of course, his instrumentals came out on the Coral label, and maybe they backed him also on his movies that he did that are really classics, even though they're lip syncing to all their records. I guess you get to see Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers, all the original group. You get to see the Moonglows and Flamingos and the Johnny Burnett Trio. It's it's just, even though they're not singing live, at least you see the people that created this cool music. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We move into 1956. Now we travel to New Haven, Connecticut with a request for Emnon. He requested the 5 Satins. Now, after leaving Red Robin, as they were recording as the Scarlets, they signed with Marty Kugel's Standard label as the 5 Satins. This was their first of 2 on the label. Now, some collectors consider this song to be the first a cappella recording. And again, it features the great Fred Paris on lead by request for Emnon. We go back to January 1956, the 5 Satins on the Standard label. This is kind of grainy, as many of these standard presses were on this label. These are the 5 Satins for Emnon. It's called All Mine.
This is the story of a love affair. You're all mine, darling. You're all mine. My love will always be.
Great harmonies there by the Five Satins by request for Amnon. Fred Paris and the Five Satins on the January 1956 release on the Standard label, a song entitled All Mine. And that brings back memories from listening to the Gus Gossard show for sure. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. And Charlene is telling me she's not used to the view. I don't know what happened to the view. Maybe it's I need to change the, I need to change something on the OBS. I didn't change anything. I tried, I don't know why it looks weird, but it's like I'm like close up. So do you like that close-up view? Or do you like the further view? I guess you get to see the records up close and personal. So let me know. Send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com if you're new to the show. Let me know what you think. If you have any requests, please forward them to me, vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you're new, please subscribe to my YouTube station and also click the bell to get notifications. I'll be on Monday evening beginning at 8 o'clock with my All 60's show. Let's continue now, and we are in 56 on the last Vinyl Treasure show. Played the debut single by the Avons, their tune called Our Love Will Never End. Now this group is out of Inglewood, New Jersey, and listener Daryl Letts asked if I could play the flip side. Daryl, are you in chat? Please let me know. I didn't see you in chat. But anyway, it features Bob Lee on lead, and it's with Tico Wilshire and his orchestra. I tell you, collectors, look for Tico Wilshire and Sammy Lowe. This one from May 56, the Avons on Hull, and Johnny G was doing this last Saturday night. I'm sending SOS.
I'm sending SOS, I need your love, SOS on me, once a night. I'm sending SOS, I need your kiss, come on baby, be mine tonight. I'm sending SOS, I need your charm, SOS, let it be done. I'm sending SOS, I need your arms, come on baby, don't let me down. SOS, SOS. Sending SOS, I need your heart, SOS, I'm burning up, I'm sending SOS, come, let us part, put me in a lifeboat of love.
There you go with the cold ending there. Listen, so I got to change this view because Evan Blatt is looking at all the impurities on the vinyl. Sometimes you really, with the, these records are older than Johnny G. That one is. That was from 1956. So, sometimes, even the heat will warp a 45. But if you have it leaning in a box for a long time, do not do that. They should be upright. If you have them stacked up without sleeve, it's not good to keep, like you see stacks of 45s that Johnny G has. You can't do that. You're not supposed to stack them for a long time. But anyway, I don't want to babble on. I don't want to waste the time here. But anyway, those are the Avons, May 1956. On the Hull record label. That's going out to listener Darrell Letts. I'm sending SOS. And anyway, hope you're digging on the cool tunes here. This view is not the one I wanted, but it'll be different next week because I'll hook up Barbara's metal arm that she bought me. Let's continue here now. On the July 24th, 2021 show, I played The Willows, a request for Daniel Kubacki. He requested the Jump Side, their follow-up to Church Bells May Ring. It was called Do You Love Me? And I had the flip waiting in the box to be played for a few weeks now. And it's a nice ballad, a song I like, written by Neil Sedaka and Howie Greenfield. They wrote some pretty cool a group harmony, well, I should say songs for vocal groups, and this is one of them, and it features Tony Middleton on lead. This one originally came out on the Black label. I couldn't find my copy. It's somewhere in this mess, but I have a couple copies on the Maroon label. This one from June 56, The Willows, Tony Middleton and The Willows on Melba, and it's a B-side. It's called My Angel.
Angels up above, tell me who I love.
My angel, angel, heavenly one, I love you. Thrilled by the wonders of you. I found you. I'll keep my arms around you. I'll never let you go. Each day will be paradise.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's a great record written by Neil Sedaka and Howie Greenfield, believe it or not. The Willows, Tony Middleton and the Willows on the Melba label. Morty Craft's Melba Records there, June 1956. Song entitled My Angel is the name of that one. Let's stay in 1956. We head back out to California with a request for listener Marvin Pod. Now, Marvin Pod, he's the author of a 2-volume, big 2-volume book called R&B and Doo-Wop Vocal Group Recordings on 45 RPM from 1949 to 1965, an information and price guide, volume 1. And I do go to this book. Marvin, he puts he has some of the lead singers in there. He has, I guess, the most recent prices, but prices are like the stock market. They change. They change. The only issue I have, and I spoke to Marvin about this, is that he doesn't. If you're looking for the 5 keys, he doesn't have the 5 keys under 5. He has it under keys. And that is a disaster for me because I don't look under the keys. I don't look at it as they're identifying the group. That's their name. And I think in maybe all the books that I have seen, but that's how he decided to do it. But it's difficult for me because I'm looking for the keys, or but what do you do with the Fabulous 5 Flames? Something like that. So anyway, but that's how Marv decided to do it. But the reason why I'm actually talking about Marv, but he made this cool request, very rare 45, by the way, and it's by, I lost my place. No, it isn't. Here it is. Again, that is the book that Marvin did, but he's going to be a guest collector. He's going to be doing a guest collector spot on George Frunze's Down on the Street corner. And George is a pretty big collector. He's got some great records in his collection and features them on Sunday evenings. Now, tomorrow, September 5th, he will be a guest host on there from 6 to 8 p.m. on memorylaneoldies.com. So you can check him out there. I know a bunch of my listeners went to listen to him on his last guest spot, but you can check him out tomorrow, 6 to 8. And George does a great show, that is for sure. Now, Marvin requested a very rare 45 on the Real label. I know Brian has some maybe non-vocal group records on this Real label, but it's by Jules Savoy and the Chromatics. They have 4 releases on this label. I think this is a good one. And I featured one, I think Mark Goldfarb, he requested the other one a couple weeks back. But I like this one too here. And this is by request for Marvin Pod, 1956, Jules Savoy, and he's being backed up by the Chromatics on Real. It's called Lonesome Hearts.
Oh, lonesome heart, when will you ever set me free and let me find a love for me, one I can hug and kiss and squeeze and miss? Oh, lonesome heart, when will I ever find my love, one sent from heaven up above, the kind that walks and talks and makes you need it? Let it be the one that's meant for only me, a love that I can always keep and never, never let it go. Oh, lonesome heart, oh, how I have needed you. I'll never, never be untrue. There's nothing I won't do to free myself of this lonesome heart.
As by request for Marvin Pod there, Rare 45 by Jules Savoy and the Chromatics, 1956 on the Real record label, the second of 4 on that Real label, Lonesome Heart. Let's stay in 56 now. We go to George Bennett's, no, I messed up there. No, last week I played a request, or a couple weeks ago I played a request for Daniel Kubacki on Nick Therry's Spin It label, the first of 3 for a group known as the Raindrops. Let's flip it over here, and we're going to send this one out to George Tompkins because I know he likes this side. It features Henry Houston on lead. It's with Ernie Freeman and his orchestra. December 1956. Give a listen to the Raindrops on the Spin It label. It's called parentheses. No, it's not. It's called I Prayed for Gold. Going out to George.
I prayed for gold.
I prayed for gold.
For wealth untold. Fortune sent to me a love to hold. I wanted fame.
I wanted fame
to be the game. And fortune gave to me a love to claim. Someone to have and hold is everything if you are loved. Goodbye, old friend.
Goodbye, old friend.
You proved untrue. You never cared to know what love can do. Someone to have and hold is everything if you are loved. Goodbye, old friends.
Goodbye, old friend.
You proved untrue. You never cared to know what love can do.
Sound of California here on the Vinyltreasure Show by request. For George Tompkins, the Raindrops there. The Raindrops with Henry Houston on lead, December 1956 release on the Spin It record label. I Prayed for Gold is the name of that tune. As we continue here on the Vinyltreasure Show, we go to George Bennett's Jaguar label with a request for Daniel Kubacki. He requested the Ivories. Now, the lead singer of this group would have his biggest hit in 1957 on the Holiday label as a member of the Love Notes with a song called United. And you know the flip side, I Love Tonight, and another release that's excellent, If I Could Make You Mine. I like that song too. But his name is Johnny Hicks, and he was a member of the Ivories, and this one's early 1956, and it's on the Jaguar label by request for Daniel Kubacki, the Ivories on Jaguar with their tune called Alone.
with gladness, or will I be alone? You mean so much to me, oh, you are so heavenly, well, that I need you so. Don't ever, never, baby, please don't go alone. How can I go on without you? Let me put my arm about you, or will I be alone? Lord,
By request for Daniel Kubacki there, those are the Ivories. The Ivories with the Johnny Hicks on lead, early 1956 release on the Jaguar label, song entitled Alone. Now, my copy is Jaguar 3023. And it's a white promo. It was first issued, though, on 3017, but the label owner, George Bennett, he wasn't happy with how it sounded. He had the group re-record. Actually, it said re-recorded both sides. I don't have that other press, so I couldn't really compare the two, but the song was written by Sylvester Bradford. Sylvester Bradford wrote the song. He also played piano on that, and he arranged the tune. Johnny G here, spinning original vinyl 45s. If you like what I do, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Also, click the like button, and also subscribe to my channel. Send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com and send me your requests. If I have the 45s, I'll play them. I have a lot of records. I don't have them all. I need some pretty expensive 45s, but it takes a lifetime really to collect all these records, and really it's an enjoyment for me, and it's enjoyment for me to do the show and to have you as listeners or watchers. We continue now, and here's another flip side from a couple weeks ago. A girl group, they're called the Dungaree Dolls. It was George Tompkins. He requested the B-side of the record. It was called Boy of My Dreams. It came out on the Rego record label, and that was the intended B-side. And Daryl Letts asked if Johnny G can play the intended A-side, so we'll send this one out to Daryl from July 56, the Dungaree Dolls on the Rego label with their tune called Little Wallflower.
I know they're whispering about me. I don't care what they say about me. I'll see while they talk about me. They're calling me Little Wallflower, while all the other girls are dancing. You find me dreaming of romancing. I can see from the way they're glancing. They're calling me Little Wallflower. No boy has a chance with me. I won't let them dance with me. I would rather just sit here alone. The fellas all wonder why I let every dance go by. But I have reasons of my own. I'll keep my promise to you.
What are they whispering about at the end of that record? That's by request for Daryl Letts, the Dungaree Dolls. That's the intended A-side there, July 56. Little Wallflower came out on the Rego record label. Now, for you collectors out there, you can get this on the Karen label, released, I think, in 1959 as the Dungaree Darlings. And I think it's a shorter version on the flip side, possibly. Maybe it cuts out the intro a little bit. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening, let's say, and let's continue here as we head to Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas, to Don Roby's Backbeat record label for this group from Savannah, Georgia. Now, this appears to be their only release. Came out on the Backbeat record label. It's from December of 1957. They're called Bill Bottaford and the Rockets. And Bill Bottaford, I think he wrote this tune here on the Backbeat record label. It's called Little Girl. Little Girl.
A little girl.
Little girl.
A little girl. Well, I'm coming home to see a little girl that'll wait for me. Yes, I'm coming home to see a little girl that waits for me. I want my baby doll for my own. My honey child wants to get me all alone. So come on, baby, and make love to me. Oh, little girl, I love you. A little girl, I love you. A little girl, I love you. Yes, I do. Oh, oh, I want you, I need you, I love you so. I'll never, never, ever, never let you go. So cuddle me close and make real love to me. Well, the eyes are blue and the lips are sweet as wine. Yes, the eyes are blue and the lips are sweet as wine. Hair is long, silk and wavy. Yes, by golly, she's my baby. I love her and I always will. Oh, little girl, I love you. A little girl, I love you. A little girl, I love you. Yes, I do. Oh, oh, I want you, I need you, I love you so. I'll never, never, ever, never let you go. So cuddle me close and make a real love to me. Oh, cuddle me close and make a real love to me. Cuddle me close and make a real love to me.
That's on Don Roby's Backbeat record label. I collect that label. I'm missing one big record on the Backbeat record label, but he had all kinds of sounds. You know, Norman Fox and the Rob Roys. Well, I mean, at least in the 50s, had a decent hit for Backbeat Records, but Don Roby had offices set up in all major cities to look for talent. Now, this group, they were from, what I say that they were from? They were from Savannah, Georgia. They're Bill Bottaford and the Rockets, December 57 on Backbeat. Little Girl is the name of the tune. Johnny G's here on a Saturday evening. Thank you all for tuning in on the YouTube stream. This is the Vinyl Community. The Vinyl Community, and we welcome all collectors and all listeners and lovers of the music here. Let's continue here. We are in 1957 now, and I was introduced to this next song by the late, great Gus Gossard. Had a great radio show on WPIX. I didn't listen to him when he was on WCBS FM because I didn't know, but I listened to him on WPIX when I used to see the advertisements when I used to watch roller derby. used to see the advertisements of him as the curly-headed kid in not the third row. I forget what row, but he had the stack of 45's and these cobwebs. And that's when I started tuning in, and I heard this song. Of course, I never thought I would own a copy of it, but he often promoted this song on Ben Smith's Extra record label out of New York City. It's a pretty rare 45. The group is called the Sonics. I don't think they're related to any of the other Sonics group, but the writers are Smith, he was the label owner, and someone by the name of Gallon, Gallon. So, Amnon, if you have any information, please let me know. But it brings back memories of the Gus Gossard Show, 1957, the Sonics on Extra. It's called Once in a Lifetime.
Once in a lifetime, you'll find the right time to fall in love. Once in a great while, you'll find a sweet child, the one you're dreaming of.
All your life you've been searching to find someone to love.
Now that you found her, build your life around her, make her yours to have and to hold. Your love only one time, that one in a lifetime. Only once will you say, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you.
That's a great sound of the Sonics there from 1957. On Ben Smith's Extra record label, Once in a Lifetime. We'll send that one out to Joanne McGuire, who is in our YouTube chat room. Say hello to Joanne McGuire, a collector. Has some very nice records in her collection for sure. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. We are in the year 1957. Now, last week, I played a request for Nick Nicola, or a couple weeks ago, I think it was now, and he requested the Gladiators on Johnny Otis's Dig record label, a very rare West Coast 45. It was called Girl of My Heart, but Nick also requested the flip side, and it features Renee Beard on lead. Now, Renee was the younger brother of Matthew Beard, whom played Stymie on The Little Rascals. So by request, going out to Nick Nicola, March 1957, the Gladiators on the Dig label. It's called My Baby Doll.
I'll always love you, and the way you are. Oh, how you hurt me but you were untrue. I know that I will never ever love again. Love is to risk a most wonderful kiss, to smile or to grin, starts love within. As you take my heart while the wind may blow, treasure it dear and never let it go. Please, baby, tell me why you do me like you do. You said you love me, but you were untrue. I know that I will never ever love again. My baby time.
As by request for Nick Nicola, their great double-sided 45 is just very difficult to find on Johnny Otis's Dig record label, March 1957. The Gladiators with their tune called My Baby Doll. Johnny G here spinning original vinyl 45s for you, the vinyl community and lovers of the music. We continue here in 1957. We stay out in Los Angeles with a request for listener Nat Papagallo. It's on Larry Mead's VIII record label and the debut single for this group, named after a missile developed by the U.S. Air Force called Titan. And this is their first of two on VIII Records, featuring Charles Wright on lead, January 57, The Titans. The Titans on the VIII label. It's called So Hard to Laugh, So Easy to Cry. This is going out to Nat.
Yes, it's over. No more balcony scene, no more dancing with the gang all with me. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we've said goodbye. Yes, it's over. No more curfew to break, no more memory. We must hurry and make it so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we said goodbye. Dreams won't die, though you go away. I'll be loving you wherever you are. Baby, I ought to make it stay, but it's mighty hard to cling to a falling star. My fallen days are over and beyond all recall. Just a line of no more, nothing at all. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we said goodbye. Dreams won't die, though you go away. I'll be loving you wherever you are. Baby, I ought to make you stay, but it's mighty hard to cling to a falling star. My smiling days are over and beyond all recall. Just a line of no more, nothing at all. It's so hard to laugh, so easy to cry, now that we said goodbye. Now that we have said goodbye.
Wow, that is a great record there. What a great tune that is. I like that record. Thanks for requesting that, Nat Papagallo, listening in Naples, Florida. Larry Mead's VIII record label. The Titans, January 1957. VIII record. So hard to laugh, so easy to cry is the name of the tune. Let's continue here in 1957. We head to Washington, D.C. with a request from a #1 California listener, and that is Matey Campoy. Thank you, Matey, for all your requests. This 45 came out on the Mellow label, and it's the harder of the two records by this group on the Mellow label, and the same group that recorded as the Marvels and the Senators. They're called the Gales. The Gales from December 1957, Mellow Records by request for Matey Campoy. The Gales with Guiding Angel.
My guiding angel, please come back to me. I need you, angel, by my side. Oh, darling, do you recall the wonderful time we had last fall? Come back to me. I need you, angel, by my side. Oh, darling, do you recall the wonderful times we had last fall? For I remember the things we did. And then
That is I get caught here. Johnny G getting caught here. I apologize. Well, what a great record that is. Thank you for requesting that, matey. Those are the Gales from December 1957 on the Mellow label, Guiding Angel. Now, this Mellow label, it was out of 1674 Broadway in New York City, and this group, I guess, because they also recorded on the Laurie label as the Marvels, so that's probably the connection that happened there with that group. But thank you for requesting that, matey. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Let's stay in 57. Now, a couple weeks ago, I played a request for Christian. He wanted to hear the Collegians. The Collegians out of Harlem, New York, and their first release on the Winley label. A classic. It was called Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. Zoom. The flip side is Excellent II, and requested by Reed, Daryl, and George. And I think Nick also, so we'll send it out to all those guys. Again, it features the lead of Harlan Jackson, who also co-wrote the tune. December 57, the Collegians on the Winley label. It's called On Your Merry Way.
You go on your
Merry way,
Not
thinking of the lovers who you left astray.
well, why'd you make me cry? You know the reason why. You went on your merry way. I feel so bad. I feel so sad. If you come back, I'll be so glad. You went on your merry way. You left me broken hearted. You left me by myself. You found somebody new, and I am so blue. Well, you left me by myself, and I don't know what to do. You went on your merry way, your merry way.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's a great two-sided 45. It's not that it's really expensive, although it's not really easy to find the real small print of this on the original. It's easy to find the ones that Slim was selling in because Paul Winley, he pressed up a whole bunch of the multiple variations. There's even a styrene press on this that I think I bought from Disco Disc for 75 cents, my first copy, with a BB hole in it. But anyway, that's for Reed, Daryl, George, and Nick, the great Collegians there, Harlan Jackson and the Collegians. December 1957, the flip side of Zoom, 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 On Your Merry Way is the name of the tune. Johnny G is going on his merry way as we stay in 1957, and it's a twin spin. It's a twin spin for the Pretenders, Jimmy Jones and the Pretenders. And our first one here is a request for Daniel Kubacki, as this group recorded on many different labels throughout the years. And this one's on Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc label, February 57, The Pretenders. Jimmy Jones on lead, going out to Daniel. It's called Close Your Eyes, parentheses, Sleep and Dream.
Close your eyes. Don't worry about tomorrow. For tomorrow will be gay as it was today for you and me. Sleep and dream, cast out all your sorrow, for there'll be no one but you and I'll be true to only you. Will I be gay and be merry? For life can be lived but once, my dear. Will smile and be cheerful, for I love you, yes, I do. So close your eyes, don't you worry about tomorrow. For tomorrow will be gay as it was today, for you and me. So close your eyes, don't you worry about tomorrow. For tomorrow will be gay as it was today, for you and me.
Close your eyes, close your eyes.
As by request for Daniel Kubacki, they're liking that one there in the YouTube chat room. That's Jimmy Jones on lead with the Pretenders, February 57, Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label. Song entitled Close Your Eyes, parentheses, Sleep and Dream. I tell you, I got a twin spin here as we move into the next year, 1958. And a couple weeks ago, played a request for Josue Perez on Danny Robinson's Holiday record label by the Pretenders. The A-side was called Tonight. And Josue also requested the flip, as did Nick Nicola. This co-written by the lead singer. Of course, that's Jimmy Jones. This one, February 58. Jimmy Jones and the Pretenders on the Holiday record label. Very rare record to find on Holiday Records. So it's going out to Nick and Josue. It's called I Love You So. That's going out to, excuse me, Josue Perez and Nick Nicola, Jimmy Jones. And the Pretenders there completes our twin spin there, February 58 on the holiday label, I Love You So. Jimmy Jones, so a big part of the 1950s and mostly the 50s, but he also bled into the 1960s. He was initially in the Sparks of Rhythm, the Savoys, the Jones Boys, the Pretenders, and some great solo releases by Jimmy Jones. Johnny G here, hoping to bring back memories to you, the listeners of the vinyl community and the Vinyl Treasure Show, or those of you that just like group harmony and this type of music. Let's continue here in 1958. Now, one of the two jump openers I did a couple of weeks ago was by this group from Hempstead, New York, on the Warner label. They were known as the Mighty Jupiters. I love to say that name. What a great name for a group, the Mighty Jupiters. And I featured the song Hiwaukee Tumba, and it featured female lead of Dolores Butler. And she's also doing lead on the flip side. I think, George, you asked for me to flip this over, and I think I'm going to send this one out to Brian Korn because he likes the up-tempo doo-wops. This one from February 1958, the Mighty Jupiters. Mighty Jupiters on the Warner label, and this might have been the A-side, I'm not sure, but it's called Your Love. Called the Mighty Jupiters. Mighty Jupiters there, Dolores Butler. She's on lead February 58 on the Warner record label, Your Love. And then going out to George Tompkins and Brian Korn. We stay in 1958. And here is a request for Eddie Brown. Eddie Brown listening in New Zealand. He's listening in New Zealand. Thank you, Eddie, for being a listener and for all your support. And he requested Henry Alston, a.k.a. Henry Alston. And he was also the lead singer of the Hurricanes, recorded for Sid Nathan's King Records. Now, he has 2 solo releases that came out on the Skyline label, but the uncredited Hurricanes are backing him up on this. And this is by request for Eddie Brown, November 1958. It's on the Skyline label, Henry Alston, with his tune called Once in a Beautiful Lifetime.
Once in a beautiful lifetime, someone like you comes along, and every word that you speak is like a song, a song. Once in a beautiful lifetime, someone like you takes my hand and walks with me into love's enchanted land. Lonely days and lonely nights belong to the past, 'cause I found true happiness when I found you at last. Once in a beautiful lifetime, someone like you comes my way, and in my heart I just know you're here to stay. Once in a beautiful lifetime, someone like you comes my way, and in my heart I just know you're here to stay.
As by request for Eddie Brown, listening in New Zealand. And they love that tune there in the YouTube chat room. Henry Alston there and the Hurricanes backing him up. He was the lead singer of the Hurricanes. November 1958. It's on the Skyline label, Once in a Beautiful Lifetime. And it was re-released again. This first press came out in November of 1958, and they re-released it in April of 1959 with a different flip. Yeah, number 550 is the re-release. And also, you know, Henry Alston, he was also the lead of the Memos that recorded on the Memo label. Johnny G here, hopefully not letting you write down a bunch of memos to buy these 45s, because sometimes they're really impossible to find. And it took me a lifetime, and as the song says, to find a lot of these records. But thank you all for tuning in tonight, and all of you in the chat room. It's really been overwhelming tonight. It's really as we start the new vinyl community, and I think this is my biggest audience since. Thank you all for tuning in as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Here's a request for my number 1 California listener, Mady Campboy. She requested Johnny Louise Richardson and Joe Rivers, a.k.a. Johnny and Joe. And this tune, written by Zell Sanders, first pressed on the J&S record label. I thought I had the J&S. At least it was checked in the book. I couldn't find it, but I had the second issue of this on file as I collect the Gone record label. But it first came out in 1957 on J&S. It was re-released again, a deal that Zell Sanders often made with other distributors and label owners on George Goldner's Gone record label from February 58. This is Johnny and Joe by request for Matey on Gone. It's called Who Do You Love? That's by request from my number one California listener, Matey Campboy. She comes up with all these great requests. And that one there, a great duet by Johnny and Joe. You know, they spell her name with a Y. She's normally on the other releases, it's spelled Johnnnie. But on this one, I told Charlene, I said, Charlene, check the database with a Y, because that's how it came out on the Gone label. I'll show it to you again, it's with a Y, February 58 on George Goldner's Gone Records. Who Do You Love? Parentheses is the name of the tune. I met her at a record show. I think it was in New Jersey, if I'm not mistaken. She was selling, and she unfortunately passed away, but she was selling. She had one of those. She had a cassette player, and she was playing the Climbers, or a record by the Climbers, and she was standing there behind the booth, and she goes, do you know who I am? And she goes, I'm Johnny of Johnny and Joe. Would you like to buy my new EP? So she pulled out, there were 6 songs on the EP, and she autographed it. And she was very nice. And I didn't know at the time, this is like in the 80s. And I didn't know much about the Climbers. She says, well, I recorded for my mother's label in the Bronx, J&S Records. I would love to interview her. Unfortunately, that will never happen. But anyway, Johnny G here, spinning original vinyl 45s. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. We continue here in 58 for this group out of Cincinnati, Ohio, and it's a request for George Tompkins. They first recorded for Deluxe Records, Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records, also out of Ohio. Then they had a release on the RCA label, which brings us to this release on the Lynn label, which is odd. It's out of Rochester, New York, and the tune is written by the lead singer. His name is Willie Price. So this is by request for George Tompkins, June 58. These are the Drivers on the Lynn label. It's called A Man's Glory.
Boom, boom, glory, ba ba ba, boom, glory, ba ba ba, boom. Glory,
A man's glory is someone he cries for. A man's glory is someone he dies for. Someone who's dependable, not the one who's sinful. A man's glory is someone he cherishes, love that love him will never perish. He never alone when there's love to keep him strong. If he ever finds her, oh, his life will be complete. He prays for his glory and true love for him to give. Someone is proud of, needs when he's lonely, to love and be loved. He's never alone when there's love to keep him strong.
As by request, but George Tompkins, what a great record that is. That is The Drivers. The Drivers, Willie Pearson lead, June 58 release on the Lynn label, A Man's Glory. What a great tune that is. Johnny G here spinning original vinyl 45's. Your request every Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m. I know we're going to go a little bit overtime here. Got a lot of great records to feature tonight as we stay in 1958 with a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy listening down in Florida on his ITV. Got to say hello to Tom. Tom, do you like The View? Do you like this view? I'm trying to get used to it. Charlene doesn't like The View, but I'm going to connect that new, I don't know what happened. Maybe the pixels are now different or something. I can change some of the settings because of the fast speed of the modem. But because they did install the modem, it is working fairly quickly, like the blink of an eye. But this is a request for Tom Shaughnessy, a rare 45, and one I really, really like out of New York City on the Juno label. The group is called The Romans, Romans. And like I said, I really love this tune. I have no info on the group, though, but it's from 1958. Juno Records, The Romans, with their tune called You Are My Only Love.
Do, 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 do.
As by request for Tom Shaughnessy. Tom, they love your request in the YouTube chat room there. Those are the Romans from 1958 on the Juno label. You Are My Only Love. And I remember when Spence called me up, he said, Johnny, do you need the Romans on the Juno label? I said, when can you bring it over? And he'd always come like around 9:30, 10 o'clock, and he'd be here till about 2 o'clock in the morning with a box of records, and I would be playing them, testing them on the turntables. And he was. I mean, I couldn't find a better dealer than Spence, because he was selling from people on consignment. I said, Spence, it doesn't play right. Can you get it lowered? And he says, well, I'll try. And he was mostly successful. And he'd say, Johnny, I want you to hear this record. I know that's out of your price range, but it's 219 Train by the Moonglows. I said, I can't spend $7,500 for 219 Train. It's just out of my price range. I mean, I probably could, but I wouldn't. I mean, maybe if I can give some trade for it, I can swing a deal like that. But, that's not the case. Those are like records in the stratosphere. I'm happy to have the 78 on that. But again, I really have to thank Spence a lot. And there were others in my collecting career, and still in my collecting career, that have offered me records, and I'm so appreciative of that. And Spence he just said, John, I just love what you do, and you're so passionate about the music, and you're knowledgeable about the music, and it's like basically it was my whole life, and my aunt knew that. That's why I wanted her up here as a guest listener to talk about the music and how much I was involved with it. But anyway, those days are gone. But let's continue here. We head back out to California with a request for my listener Joe Shacatano, and this is on Ray Dobard's Music City label out of Berkeley, California. This group is from Richmond, California, and just north of Berkeley, I think. They had two releases on this label, and this is their first. This was released again in 1959 with a different flip. It was called Elaine, and it's weird because it's one side is the flat black label, and the other side I think is the shiny multicolor like this one. But this is the first press. And it's from April of 1958. This is by request for Joe Shacatano. They're called the Clicks, Klixs, on Music City Records, and the tune is called This Is the End of Love. This is for Joe Shacatano.
This is the end of love. What more can I be guilty of? This is the end of love. Oh, can I forget? This is the end of love. No sound of tears. This is the end of love. Darling, hope you'll be near. Oh, this
That's on the Music City record label. Ray Dobard's Music City Records there. The group is called The Clicks, by request for Joe Shacatano, April 1958. The first issue of this, on like the multicolor Music City logo there, the black shiny label, it's called This Is the End of Love. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, a couple weeks ago I played the Inspirators, group out of Brooklyn, New York, their final release that came out on High Weiss's Old Town record label. Previously they recorded for Treat Records as the Inspirators and also the Five Stars, and it featured the leads of Cleo Perry. Cleo Perry was the lead singer. He's also doing lead on this tune here. I featured Starlight Tonight a couple weeks ago. It was Darrell Letts and George Tompkins asked Johnny G to flip it over. This tune co-written by Cleo Perry, the lead singer here. June 58, the Inspirators on Old Town. It's called Oh What a Feeling, parentheses, in My Heart. B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Inspirators. Inspirators, Cleo Perry on lead, June 1958 release. High Weiss's Old Town record label, going out to George Tompkins. And did Darrell Letts request that one there? I wonder if he did. No, maybe he did not. Darrell must be missing in action tonight. He will listen on the archive. We continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Another one out of 1958. Actually, I played it a couple weeks ago. A request for Nick Nicola, rare girl group sound out of Baltimore, Maryland. They're called the Marlettes. And the side I featured a couple weeks ago, reminding us of the Flamingos' Golden Teardrops, was called Only Memories, which is actually side 2 of the 45. But Nick also requested side 1. And my only mistake with this record is Spence offered me a much cleaner copy, and he had other records at the time. The price, I don't know, the time, it was expensive that night. So I said, I have this one, but I really should have taken it because I haven't seen it since. So it was my mistake. You make some mistakes, you learn about the mistakes. But anyway, this one by request for Nick Nicola, the Marlettes, from 1958 on the Halfum record label. This is side 1. It's called Just the Way You Are. Excuse the scratches. Jazz by Request for Nick Nicola, their rare girl group sound by the Marlettes. It's on the Halfum record label from 1958, Just the Way You Are. That's the A side, or the side one of the 45. I don't have that other record on the Halfum label, unfortunately. That is on my want list. But how about a twin spin, a girl group twin spin here for this next 45, though? It's on the Dice label out of the Bronx, New York, really owned by Zell Sanders, although illegally on paper it was owned by her daughter, Johnny Louise Richardson. But you all know this great girl group. This was their second release on the Dice label. Features the lovely Barbara English on lead. We go back to November of 1958. These are the Clickettes on Dice with their tune called A Teenager's First Love. November 1958 release there on the Dice label. They're called the Clickettes. Barbara English and the Clickettes, A Teenager's First Love. That's their second record on the Dice label. You know, that record, Greg Surik's, I have to say also, when I was just starting out collecting, I went to they used to have record shows on Friday evenings at the White Plains Hotel in White Plains, New York. And I forget who took me over there, and I met a couple of the guys, and it was like my first time at a record show. And we're talking a long time ago, 1980 or even 79. I was in college at the time at Pace University. So, and I met up with Greg Surik, and he was also, Greg is a year older than me, and at the time I think he was working for Louis Silvani at the store. So he set up that day, and he had some records, and again, I didn't know anything, but he was probably selling me his lesser condition copies, not of these big records yet, because I wasn't really making enough money to purchase some of these expensive 45s. But I ended up, me and Greg go back a long time, and he used to end up upgrading his copy. I mean, upgrading like double plus copies, and then he would sell me his lesser copy. So that's how I have a lot of these rarer records in my collection. Through the years, he would call me up, and he would be like the middleman sometimes, as were a lot of the other guys that I used to deal with. But it was always a pleasant experience most of the time from the people that I dealt with. If I had a terrible experience, that was it. I said, I'm not dealing with this. And I felt that there were other people that, deserved my business, that were very fair. And as have always been fair with me, and those are the people I like to deal with in the music, in the collecting I guess business, we'll call it. But that was a record that Greg sold me a long time ago. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue. We go into 1959 now, and on the last Vinyl Treasure show, I played a request for Emnon. He requested Richard Blandon and the Dubs, their first of 5 on the ABC Paramount record label. It was called No One, and it was Andrew Turner and Darrell Letts, and I think George also requested the flip side. So we're going to send it out to them. October 59, ABC Paramount record labels. These are the Dubs with their tune called Early in the Evening.
Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. But when your arms get lonely, I know you'll want me only. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. But when your arms get lonely, I know you'll want me only. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. If it's on the burning desert, a scotch by the red hot sun. Out on the ocean, I know you're the only one. But when your arms get lonely, I know you'll hold me only. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. Yeah. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. But when your arms get lonely, I know you'll want me only. Early in the evening when the sun goes down, I want to be around, be around. Be around, baby. I'll be around, yeah. Be around about 6 o'clock, baby. I'll be around, just be there, baby. Be there just for me. Be around early in the evening. Be there. Be there, baby. Be there, baby.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure show. The Dubs there, October 1959. That's the flip side of No One on the ABC Paramount record label, Early in the Evening. Well, it's not early in the evening. We'll be going late in the evening. In the morning we will, as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure show. We head to Miami, Florida for this next group. The label is the VIII label. It's out of Miami, and it's a request for George Tompkins. The group is called the Sensational Delos, and they backed up another artist on this label, Donnell Austin. That's a 45 I have also in the collection, but this is their only release as the Sensational Delos. So this is by request for George, June 59 on the VIII record label, the Sensational Delos, with their tune called Lost Love. This is going out to George.
I lose your love, lost love. Where can I find you, lost love? Let me behind you, I'm trying to keep from crying, lost love. Lost love. Why did you leave me, lost love? Why'd you deceive me so alone? Please come on home, lost love. I prayed and I prayed all night. I cried and I cried all day. Darling, make everything all right. This is all that I can say. Lost love, where can you be? Lost love, come back to me, you were made for me, can't you see? Lost love, lost love.
As by request for George Tompkins there, those are the Sensational Delos, June 1959 on the Mida record label, Lost Love. Didn't even think to check the other one that they mentioned in the chat room on the UC label, John Shaw and this group backing them up. It didn't even dawn on me about that, but I do have that 45 in my collection. I will pull that out to play for sure, and I apologize for not showing the Dubs record. I will show it, and for showing this request as from 1959 for Joe Shacatano as we head to Philadelphia for a request for Joe. It's on the Beaumark record label. This group had 3 releases on Beaumark, and this song was first issued in November of 58 with a B-side instrumental. I don't have it that way, which is odd. I thought that, it never even dawned on me, but then it was issued as with a vocal B-side, but it's I have their second release. Well, actually, I messed that up. The instrumental, the second release is with the instrumental. I take it back. Their first release has a vocal in November of 58, but their flip is an instrumental. It was called Steel Guitar Rag, and somebody used that song on I think it was WHBI. Somebody used the Steel Rag guitar song as I'll play a little bit of it because I remember it. Maybe one of you guys in the chat room will remember who. But anyway, Joe Shacatano requested the vocal. It's from April 59. They're called the Dynatones. It's on Beaumark Records. It's going out to Joe. It's called The Girl I'm Searching For Joe.
Where have I seen your face before? Was it in my dreams or in a candy store? Well, I searched and I searched, but I can't seem to find the girl that's on my mind. Well, it may have been in a schoolroom class, but I know somehow your eyes I could never pass. So I'll search and I'll search, but I can't seem to find the girl that's on my mind. I'll search over mountains, I'll walk through the meadows, I'd even sail the ocean till I'm through searching for you. So I'll hope and I'll pray you're not a memory, but really true. Oh, how I wish
As by request for Joe Shacatano, the Dynatones there. April 1959, that's the second release on the Beaumark record label, The Girl I'm Searching For. Now, the flip side, I'll just play a little bit. Who had this as a theme song? Because this is really, the vocal is the B-side. This was the A-side. Somebody had this song as an instrumental. Who used this song as an instrumental? I'll play it a little bit. Who had this? Some train show or something. The RTO train show or something? Who had this as a theme song? Somebody on WHBI had that as a theme song. I know because I used to stay up really late and listen to those half-hour shows. Imagine, Johnny G could never do a half-hour show on WH, and they would sell the time, I think. I think they would sell the time on the radio at the time. I don't know. Anyway, I got a lot of records to play. Let's continue here. Some confusion on this next record on where this group is from, but it's a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. Now, they're called the Invictas, not the Invictors, the Invictas. And Louis Silvani says the group is out of Atlanta, but I think he's confusing them with the Invictors on TPE. And Charlene was telling me, Johnny, the group is out of Ohio, and she has some research that she found out that it came out on Shelly Hamis's Pix label, which is out of South Euclid, Ohio. So maybe they're from Ohio as the question, but I don't know. Anyway, this is by request for Tom Shaughnessy. It's 1959, the Invictas on the Pix label. It's called Lest You Forget. I said it right.
We meant so much to each other. How did we drift apart when you said you loved another? You knew it would break my heart. I thought I'd found the true love. I felt you were really true. You know now you did betray me, betray the faith I had in you. Lest you forget I still love you, remembering the things we used to do. You will know until the end of time, dear. Loving you has brought me nothing but tears. Someday you will realize how you've hurt me deep inside, but I still love you, although I'm still
As by request for Tom Shaughnessy, 1959, the Invictas on the Pix record label, Lest You Forget. And Louis said Atlanta, Georgia. I don't know, maybe, or it could be Euclid, Ohio. I have no clue, but it's a great ballad. Johnny G here, spinning original vinyl 45s as we continue here. And we go to Lawrence, Massachusetts, as we stay in 1959 for this old request that was sitting in the box here for a while for George. And this group, they met while attending high school and just began singing and appearing at local events, parties, and clubs. Then, because they all hung out together in front of a cleaning store called Supreme Cleaners, they decided to call themselves the Supremes. And this was their lone release, which came out on a label called Kitten Records. Kitten Records on this is another rare 45 from March of 1959. It features Ralph Murray on lead. They're called the Supremes by request for George. On the Kitten label, it's called Could This Be You? As by request for George Tompkins there, an old request for the Supremes, March 1959. Ralph Murray's on lead there. The Kitten label, Could This Be You, is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 59. Got actually three more records to play in 59. And on the last 50 show, I opened up with an instrumental request for Amnon by a group called The Jammers on the Onda label, and it was called The Thunderbird. Now, the flip is a vocal by a group called The Five Blue Notes. Now, these the Five Blue Notes, they were from Washington, D.C. Now, initially recording for the Sabre label back in 1953 and 54, they disbanded as their lead singer, Andy Magruder. He joined the Navy, and upon his discharge in 1958, he founded a new group of Five Blue Notes, and the results was this single that came out on the Onda record label. I think, George, you like this tune here from June of 1959. The Five Blue Notes on the Onda record label, their tune called My Special Prayer.
My prayer, prayer for you.
May your heart be filled with laughter. May your lips forever wear a smile. May your troubles always be small ones, fading in a little while.
May God grant you His greatest blessings. Oh, may He make all your dreams come true. May He always keep you in His loving care. This is my special prayer for you.
I know George likes that tune there by the Five Blue Notes. June 1959, it's on the Onda record label. My Special Prayer is the name of the tune. A great tune there, I'd have to say. Yes, Eddie, Charlene will take down your notes there. I'm pretty sure I have those Sabre 45's. I do. Let's continue here. And a couple weeks ago, actually, Nick Nicola requested Dear Lori. No, I'm sorry. Joe Shekatana requested Dear Lori by a group from Everett, Washington. They're called The Shades. It was their lone release on Eddie and Leo Mesner's Aladdin record label. And Nick Nicola requested the flip side of this. And it's by The Shades from April of 1959 on the Aladdin record label. We'll send it out to Nick. It's called One Touch of Heaven.
Time when I loved you, dear. Now I know that time is through, for these words will never, ever reach you. One touch of heaven, oh no. One touch of heaven, oh no. I loved you, darling, as you know. The angels in heaven have conquered my soul. They know I loved you, and it was true. One touch of heaven, oh no. One touch of heaven, oh no. You never loved me, dear. My life on earth was blue. Now I'm in heaven, dear, watching over you. One touch of heaven, oh no. One touch of heaven, oh no. There was a time, dear, when I loved you. Now I know that time is through, for these words will never, ever reach you. One touch of heaven, oh no. One touch of heaven, oh no. One touch of heaven.
As by request for Nick Nicola, The Shades. The Shades on the Aladdin record label, April 59. One Touch of Heaven is the name of the tune. Now, the song was written by group members Chuck Markalis and Larry Nelson, who would later on create their own label called Night Owl Records. That has some pretty cool releases on the Night Owl label. Let's stay in California with a request for Tom Shaughnessy. It's on George Mottola's Forward label. This group is called the Cyclones, but they are not the group that recorded on the Flip label. But this song was written by George Mottola's wife, Ricky Page, and group member Robert Washington. It features Jerome Evans on lead. We go back to May 1959 for the Cyclones on the Forward label. Going out to Tom Shaughnessy. It's called Good Night.
Good night, good night. I love you with all my heart. There'll never be no other love for me. Oh, my darling, good night. I know it's true, it's true. I never knew what love would do. I never knew love could be so true. Oh, my darling, good night. Darling, sleep tight. Sleep tight. May tomorrow be brighter, my love. Sleep tight. Just lay your head down. Good night. Let your dreams come true. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Good night. Good night. God gave our precious love. Let's give thanks to the heavens above. Oh, my darling, good night. Good night. Good night. My darling.
Where is Tommy? Where are you finding all these? Do you have these records in your collection, Tommy? I'm very impressed with your selection of music, that is for sure. But Tommy, he was a collector, and he watches Johnny G on his ITV, and I hope he's enjoying the show as he's going to enjoy this next request, because it is actually, I just featured the Cyclones from May 1959 on the Forward label, their tune called Good Night. Now, this group would later evolve into a group known as the Furies. The Furies that recorded on the Mark IV and the Aura record label. I think they have others too, like on Liberty and a couple other ones, but this group eventually evolved into the Furies. As we move into 1960 now with a special birthday request, not for Johnny G. No, not for Johnny G. This is a special birthday request because listener Tom Shaughnessy, his wife's name is Vicky, and it's past her birthday now. Her birthday was today. It was September 4th, the day after mine, and she was celebrating a birthday, and Tom wanted to dedicate a song to her, and her name is Vicky, and the closest thing that he can think of was this tune by the Untouchables, and the B-side to their second of four on the Madison label. The A-side was called Good Night, Sweetheart, Good Night, but it's the flip that he wants to send out to his lovely wife, Vicky, and it features Bryce Cofield on lead. So this is a special request for Tom to his wife, Vicky, on her birthday. It's just 53 minutes late. May 1960, The Untouchables on Madison, and it's going out to Vicky from Tom, a song entitled Vicky Lee.
All the boys are talking about Vicky, Vicky Lee.
a chick and she lives next door. She's a good looker from her head to her toe. And when she walks and talks,
all the boys are talking about Vicky, Vicky Lee.
Smiled at me on the way to school. There's something about this Vicky that makes me drool. And when she swings, bells ring.
That's why all the boys are talking about Vicky, Vicky Lee. Baby, Vicky. Baby, Vicky. What you got that the boys all want?
She's the fox of the neighborhood. I can't seem to catch her, but I wish that I could. 'Cause when she walks and talks,
all the boys are talking about Vicky, Vicky Lee. Baby, Vicky. Baby, Vicky. What you got that the boys all want?
if you're ever down on my street, there's one little baby that you just gotta meet. And when you look, you see.
Why all the boys are talking about Vicky, Vicky Lee. Hey, hey, say hey.
Something about you, Vicky,
Say hey.
looks fine. Well, looks fine.
That's by a special dedication from Tom Shaughnessy to his wife Vicky on her birthday, September 4th. We're in September 5th now, but it's a little late, but better late than never. And I think he told me that she bought the record probably for the other side. That was the A side that came out. But this group, the Untouchables, with Bryce Cofield on lead, they do some very nice tunes. Nick Nicola mentioned one in the chat room there, but I have all their records on the Madison label. That one there, song entitled Vicky Lee from May 1960, going out to Vicky. Let's continue here. And a couple weeks ago, I featured the A side of this 45, this group out of Philadelphia called the Blue Notes. It was called, on the Lost label, a song entitled She Is Mine. Actually, Nick Nicola requested that side. Very rare 45 on the Lost label. But let's give a spin to the B side here before we file it back down in the No Humidity basement. Now, I think Bernard Williams is doing lead on this side. This song was covered also by the Camelots on the Crimson label, but this is the original from 1960. Give a listen to the Blue Notes on the Lost label with their tune called The Letter.
I'm feeling blue because you're happy with that somebody new. Sweetheart, as I write this, I'm saying a prayer. Please say you still love me and that you still care. I have loved you when you've been so cruel. You tell me you wait for me till I return. I still love you, my darling, my place to burn.
someday he'll turn and walk on you.
Out of Philadelphia, those are the Blue Notes there on the Lost label. 1960 release, their song entitled The Letter, the flip side of She Is Mine. And that is a rare 45. Let's continue here in 1960. This is a request for Joe Shacatano. I have no information on this group, guessing they're out of New York, and this is their lone release on the Andy label. They're called The Holidays. So I don't know, there is a Pittsburgh group called The Holidays, but I don't know if this is that same group. But this is a request for Joe Shacatano on the Andy label that eventually became the Russ label. They might have bought out the original owner of Andy Records. But anyway, it's January 1960. Fred, you may know the history of the Andy label. January 1960, The Holidays on Andy by request for Joe Shacatano. It's called Who Knows? Who Cares?
Who knows? Who cares? If there are nights that are lonely and blue, I want to know. Wow. Because I care for you. Everything that you do, I laugh and cry, and share will I with you. I never knew such devotion. I never cared with such heart. Tell me you feel, darling, that we'll never part. Who knows? Who cares? How can you ask when you know what is true? You know who knows. You know who cares for you. I do.
January 1960 release there for The Holidays. And Eddie Brown, he says that probably is the same group that recorded on the Robbie label out of Pittsburgh. And sounds like the same lead there. The Holidays on the Andy label. Who knows? Who cares? Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show in 1960. This is a great two-sided 45. Actually, this side requested by George Tompkins. It's the debut single for this group out of Philadelphia. They would have a top 10 record in 1961. I'm sure many of you know the song When We Get Married, but this was their debut 45. Came out on Buddy Caldwell's Len record label. This is the intended B-side, written by the lead singer. His name is Donald Hogan. Donald Hogan on lead. This is going out to George. January 1960. The Dream Lovers on Len. It's called Take It From a Fool.
Take it from
That's going out to George Tompkins there. That's the debut single, actually the B-side of the debut single for the Dream Lovers on the Len label. January 1960, Donald Hogan, he wrote it. He's on lead. Take It From a Fool is the name of the tune. Take it from Johnny G. I hope you're digging on the cool tunes. It's all my original vinyl 45s requested by you, the listeners. Thank you so much. If you're new listening to the Vinyl Treasure Show, come across the YouTube site. Please subscribe and like my videos. And thank you all for all your support on the show. It's greatly appreciated. Let's continue now in 1960. This group, they hail from Cincinnati, Ohio. They were all in high school when their manager, WNOP disc jockey Ernie Waits, sent demos to Herman Lubinsky. He was the owner of Savoy Records in Newark, New Jersey, and Herman signed them to Savoy Records, and they recorded 3 releases on the Savoy record label. Then they went to Federal Records for 2, and then they have 2 on this label out of Nashville, Tennessee, called the Showboat label. This is their second. It features Luther Bond on lead. This one from July of 1960. Luther Bond and the Emeralds on Showboat Records. It's called Someone to Love Me.
My lonely heart begs and pleads for true love. That's what I need. I need someone to love me. And I know that somewhere there is a girl who really cares. And I'll wait, I will wait for someone to love me. My life will never be complete without her love. Without love, I can't go on. I'm so tired of living alone. I'll search and I will serve. Then I will know true happiness. The day that the day I find someone to love me, someone to love.
That's Eddie Bond and the Emeralds. Eddie Bond and the Emeralds, July 1960 on the Showboat record label out of Nashville, Tennessee. Someone to Love Me, actually the second of 2, the harder one of their 2 to find. Gold Will Never Do, that's an easy one to find, not this one. And Doug Hanners, bought a lot of records from Doug Hanners, not really expensive records, but from nice records from Doug Hanners during my collecting career that is still continuing. Let's continue here. We are moving to 1961 now for this next group. They hail from West Philadelphia. Their biggest hit was a song called It's Unbelievable, came out in early 1961. They followed it up with backing up a gal by the name of Cleopatra on the same label, that being the Cheryl label, called Heaven Only Knows. Then they followed it up with this release from 1961, a tune written by Van McCoy. It features Jackie Marshall on lead. We go back to 1961. These are the Larks on the Cheryl label. It's called There Is a Girl.
Do what I do, what I do, what I do. Do what I do, what I do, what I do. Do what I do, what I do.
She doesn't know I'm alive, but without her I can't survive. I wish that she would only go for me. I could be so happy if she were by my side. I spend my whole life trying to keep her satisfied. I found a way to show her just how much I adore her. And maybe she would only go for me. I could be so happy if she were by my side. I spend my whole life trying to keep her satisfied. I found a way to show her just how much I adore her. And maybe she would only go for me.
That tune written by Van McCoy for the Larks there, Jackie Marshall on lead. 1961 on the Cheryl label, There Is a Girl. Used to hear that on oldie radio long time ago in the 1970s on the, they don't play it anymore, not on terrestrial radio, that is for sure. Let's continue here, 1961. This is a request. Actually, this is an old request that I had sitting in the box. I figured tonight on the vinyl community show, the first vinyl community show on YouTube, which was actually a big success. Thank you all for tuning in. This is a request from Matey Campboy out of California. It's a trio called the Triangles. They consisted of Ruben Pando, who wrote this tune, Frankie Gonzalez, and Lucy Duran. So this is by request for Matey from May of 1961. It's on the FIFO label. These are the Triangles with their tune called My, Oh My.
I need that girl, I love her.
never, 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 never let her go. My oh my, she sure does not. Gosh oh gee, she's paradise and I need her, need her, my oh my, whoa, my.
As by request from Eddie Campoy there out of California, the Triangles, May 1961 on the FIFO label. My Oh My is the name of the tune. Now, one of the gals in this group, Lucy Duran, she was half of the duet of Rosie and Ron on the Donna label, and she also recorded as Terry in Terry and the Velveteens on the Kerwood record label. If somebody asked me to play that, I'll pull that 45 out because I have that too. We are in Vinyl Treasure overtime. Got to give George an excuse. I got to give him a what do they call it? I lost my mind. We got to give him a ticket to excuse him from going to church late. But anyway, let's move it. We are in 1961. We go to the Lost Night record label. Originally, though, you'd think of Lost Night as a reissue label, but no. The first label for this is on Lost Night out of Philadelphia. Then it came out on the Zara label out of New York, and it's their only release. It was written by Al Brown, so this is one of Al Brown's groups. They're called the Veltone. Now, Evan Blatt requested the flip side of this, which I will play next week, but it's time for an up-tempo here. April 61, the Veltones. This is on Lost Night. Their tune is called Now. Now.
Now, 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 if they did it all. Now, 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 if they did it all. Now, 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 if they did it all. Now, now. Now you know I love you, brother.
Called the Veltones there. The Veltones, April 1961 on the Lost Night record label. You also can get it on the Zara label. Song entitled Now. Let's continue more in the Vinyl Treasure overtime here. We're going to hope that as soon as I start getting that caution thing that they're going to want me to sign off because I'm going too long. But if I get more subscribers, they let me go as long as I want. But let's stay in 1961 here. I saw this 45 in the box. I wanted to give it a spin again. Actually, I had this, I had a photo of it last week, but we're going to hear it today. It's on the Monogram record label, Jim Lee's Monogram Records. Now, Monogram Records, best known for Chris Montez 45s, But this is the rarest 45 by far on the label, and the sound of East LA here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. They're called the Citadels. The Citadels, November 1961 on Monogram Records. It's called Let's Fall in Love.
Let's fall in love. Let's fall in love. Hey, girl, you with the pretty red hair, come over here to me, and let's fall in love.
The sound of East LA here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Very rare 45 on the Monogram record label, November 61. They're called the Citadels. Now, this also would be covered by a duo, Larry and Mike. They do a nice rendition of this song, 1963, on the Piccadilly label. The same song, but this not. Well, it's just another rendition very similar to the Citadels. I got to thank Mike Noriega for selling me that 45, and he also sold me that Showcases, a nice mint copy of the Showcases, but they were not cheap. Johnny G's here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime, and actually this next record, I want to send this next record out a special dedication to John of a Bip Bop Boom, because he heard this record on my show and he said it was his top record of the year so far that he heard. And I really have to thank John for really getting the word out about my show, and it's so much appreciated, John, and that you tune into me, and that you are a collector also, and you are enjoying records out of my collection. I'm sure a lot of them you've never heard before, but I really appreciate all that you have done for me and for the other listeners of the show, and to make this show more well known to many of the vinyl community out there. So I thank you, because I know John has a bootleg of this, but this one, this is a really, really difficult record to find out of Los Angeles, California, and it's supposedly the answer song to The Boy I Left Behind by Little Susie that came out on the Burbank label in 1960. That's what Charlene said. But anyway, this record is co-written and produced by George Mottola on his Penny label. This was later on issued on the Troy label, and many of the collectors have it on the Troy label, and it's really, really hard on this Penny label. I was really lucky to get this here. And on this label, his name is just Carlton, but it's really Carlton Beck, and he was the lead singer of the Hollywood Saxons, the Senders, the Uptones, and him backing him on this release is Stan Beverly, Charles Taggart, and Maurice Giles. They are the Hollywood Saxons. So we're going to send this one out, a special dedication to John of Bip Bop Boom. Check out his YouTube website. Please do that and subscribe to John. This is on the Penny label, 1961, Carlton, a.k.a. Carlton Beck, and the tune called The Girl I Left Behind. There we go. Didn't have it.
Of me, I'd like to know why I was the fool who broke her heart. Now I see her face, every place, the girl I left behind. We carved our names on our favorite tree. We were only 16. Then I hurt her so bad. Oh, how she cried when she found out I told her lies. But I'm sorry now, really sorry now, for I soon found out she was for me. I love her so, oh, how I love her so. Oh, where can I find the girl I left behind? Oh, oh,
You send that one out to John of Bip Bop Boom. You got to check out his YouTube channel. Please do that. Subscribe to John. Yes, Johnny G here. Well, that's the Carlton Beck, 1961 on the Penny record label, The Girl I Left Behind. So when Charlene did some research on that, she said to me, she goes, Johnny, this is a cover song. I said, who did this record? Who else recorded this record? She said, well, Larry Hall recorded this record on the Strand record label. You know, Larry Hall had a pretty big hit called Sandy, I think on the Hot label, actually on another label first. But Larry Hall recorded this. It's more of a teen version of it, but a pretty interesting version. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. We are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Let's continue here. Let's go back. Let's stay in California. And this is a request for Nat Papagallo. I don't know, if Nick, if you requested this one too. Somebody else requested this. I know. This vocal quartet formed while attending a Mount Vernon Junior High School in Los Angeles, California. They were known as the Valaquans. And Valaquans translates into Cool Ones. I think that was what Steve Probst mentioned in his, I think in the Spanish language, I think, Cool Ones. And Steve Probst mentioned that in his LA book. And sources say that this is really from 1964. I think Steve Probst had 62, but either way, it makes no difference that the record is good anyway. And who sold me this? I think Ted Arkowski sold me this record a long time ago. I think when he was selling out his collection. But anyway, it features Joe Thomas on lead, so by request for Nat Papagallo and maybe for Nick, 1964 or 62, the Valaquans on the Laguna label. It's called Teardrops.
Teardrops fell from my eyes. Teardrop fell from my eyes. Now I know why those teardrops fell. Teardrops fell from my eyes. Oh, darling, do you remember the promise that we made, that we'd be together until eternity? You said you'd be mine for the rest of my life, and maybe someday you'd become my wife. Oh, teardrops fell from my eyes. Oh, darling, I didn't lie. I was true to you, but you played me for a fool. Oh, those teardrops fell from my eyes last night. Teardrops fell from my eyes. My
As by request for Nat Papagallo there, Sound of California by the Valaquans. Joe Thomas on lead, 1964-62. You can make up your mind on the Laguna record label. Song entitled Teardrops, great Sound of California. Those of you that found out about the Vinyl Treasure Show late, send me your emails. I'll put it on an email string because I do have to send it out. Some of the people don't get the notifications. They either hold them up or whatever, but if you want to be notified, Johnny G will notify you when I go on, because I get an instant message that I am on, and I can send out the link, and you'll link right into the show. So send me your emails, and I can do that for you. Please do that, and also for your requests. Let's continue here in Vinyl Treasure Overtime, and this one's from 1962, and this is a request for George Tompkins. This group is from Newark, New Jersey. They're known as the Enchanters, and it's a very common name for a bunch of groups, but I don't know if this group is affiliated with any of the other groups called Enchanters, but it's directed by Robert Banks, and this is the intended B-side by request for George, March 62, the Enchanters on Epsom. It's called I Need Your Love.
I need.
Can't do that. Gotta get it right. There you go.
I need your love.
and I need your kiss. I need your warm embrace. No one can take your place, because I need all your love. Oh, ever since the beginning of time, my dear, a woman was made for man's love. Oh, yes, I know. Oh, yes, I know, my dear, that no one can take your place. And I need your love. I need your warm embrace. No one can take your place, because I need all your
Yeah, it's like a bubble or something at the end there, but unfortunately, Dick Blackburn, I want a refund. There you go. Those are the Enchanters by request for George Tompkins, a great tune from March 62 on the Epson label, I Need Your Love. All requests for the remainder of the show here. I got to fit them in. Got a few more to go. And up next, a request for Nick Nicola. He requested the Young Hearts on Infinity. Now, two members of this group were previously members of the Marathons that recorded for the Sabrina label. If you know the song called Don't Know Why, they were Thomas Turner and Donald Cook who wrote this song. Then Bobby Sanders produced this record and named them the Young Hearts. Now the A-side is a novelty tune called Unwelcome Guest, but the flip is a wonderful ballad written by the lead singer Donald Cook, and this is by request for Nick Nicola, April 61, the Young Hearts on Infinity. It's called Do Not Forsake Me. As by request for Nick Nicola, they had a great sound of the Young Hearts. April 1961 release, Donald Cook on lead on the Infinity label. I have the white promo on that. Also comes on like that kind of tan greenish, or like a tan greenish color. That's the stock copy. Do Not Forsake Me is the name of that tune. We continue here, and a bit out of sequence here. That's 60. Well, that was 61. We go back to 62 here, and this one's according to the RCA Matrix number. This is 1962. If it starts with an N, it's 62. Now the group is from Big Spring, Texas. They formed while stationed at Webb Air Force Base, and they had this lone release on the Joed record label, and it's a request for Amnon. Now this group also would record as the Miras on the Gina label. That's on my want list, and there were a couple copies of that floating around, but I was afraid that when there's multiple copies of a record, and somebody wants $3,000 for it, and he's got 25 copies, it's not worth $3,000. But anyway, this is for Amnon, 1962, the Elgins on Joed. It's called Once Upon a Time. By request for Amnon, the Elgins there. The Elgins out of Big Spring, Texas, 1962 on the Joed record label. Once Upon a Time is the name of that one. And up next, a request for Matey Campboy. This is on the J. Rude record label. I have two 45's on this label. One is by the Informers, and then the other one is this tune, requested by Matey. Now, I think the Informers, the release prior to this, are backing this gal up. Her name is A. Debbie, and I see in the writer credit it says D. Pritchett. Maybe it's Debbie Pritchett. I don't know. Maybe it is. But anyway, it just seems logical. Johnny G, a really logical guy. That is for sure. But this is, believe it or not, 1965 release on the J-Rude, J-R-U-D-E label. A. Debbie is her name. This is by request for Matey. It's called Here Is My Heart.
And here is my soul.
As by request for Matey Campboy, A. Debbie's her name, 1965 on the J. Rude record label. Here Is My Heart. That's got to be the Informers backing her up on that. I would almost gamble on that for sure. I don't know if I gamble my 5 crowns on the Riviera label, though. Johnny G here. As we close down here, we got a few more requests to go here, so I got to get these in. As this one's a request for Joe Shacatano's. This group is from Elizabeth Town, Pennsylvania. It's the B-side to their debut single on the Philadelphia Lawn record label. The A-side was called Oh Little Girl, but this is the flip. It features Corky Weiss on lead, and it's a cover song. This was first done by Kenny Bowe on the PL label in 1959. This one from February 63. The Lancers on the Lawn label. It's called You're the Right One. As by request for Joe Shacatano, those are the Lancers. The Lancers on the Lawn record label, You're the Right One from February 1963. Well, you're the right one if you found Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show here on YouTube. Please subscribe to my station. Also, click the like button and hit. If you subscribe, you will get notifications. Or you might not. If you don't get a notification, please send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. I will include you on a group email to send out when I get the email from YouTube. Let's continue here with another request, this time for Matey Campboy. She wanted to hear the Catalinas with their cover song of a tune originally done by the Clovers back in 1956 on the Atlantic label, but this is on Art LeBeau's original sound label, but it's not really a group. Even though they're called the Catalinas, it's one person by the name of Paul Buff, who multi-tracked his voice to come up sounding like this, like a vocal group. So this is by request for Matey Campboy, the Catalinas, a.k.a. Paul Buff, from July 64 on original sound in his rendition of the tune, Your Tender Lips.
tender lips. Can't do without them. Only one kiss from your tender lips. Your tender lips. Your tender lips.
As by request from Eddie Camp, boy, the Catalina's there. From July 1964 on the original sound record label Your Tender Lips. And let's see, three records to go. We're going to sign off here if I can get them in here. Here's one for Nat Papagallo as we stay in California, although this group first started singing gospel in New Orleans as the Arpeggios. They relocated to Los Angeles, California, and had one release on Aladdin as the Arrows in 1958, but then they changed their name back to the Arpeggios and recorded a few demos. One of those demos was called Rejected Love, which came out on Ferdinand Fats Washington's Movin' label, but he used the name Convincers. He changed the group's names to the Convincers. This features Willie Gibson on lead. This is going out to Nat Papagallo, the Convincers, from March 62 on Movin'. It's called Rejected Love for Nat.
Boom, 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 boom.
You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart.
When you spurned my love, you broke my heart. Only heaven above knows how it did start.
Darling, please set my heart. Whoa, Eddie, if you do something for me.
Yeah, to see what you've done to me. I'm nothing but your clown. Life is drear without you. Cannot do without you.
The sun was clearer, and only when you leave.
Once you said you loved me, and you settled down just to kiss and hug me, not to run around. So don't be deceived, only believe I love you.
I love you. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart. You spurned my love. You broke my heart, heart, heart.
That's for Nat Papagallo, the Convincers, March 62 on the Movin' label, Rejected Love. Two more 45s to go. Gotta go quick here. And here's a release for Amnon. This group is known as the Chances, a.k.a. the Solitaires, but with a new bassman. His name is Freddie Donovan, who previously was the bass for the Willows, who we heard 4 hours earlier in the show, but it features dual leads on this, Milton Love and Bobby Taylor. This is going out to Amnon, February 64, The Chances on Roulette. It's called Through a Long and Sleepless Night. As by request for listener Amnon there, those are the chances, aka the solitaires there, with a Milton Love and Bobby Taylor on lead, February 64 release on the Roulette record label. Through a Long and Sleepless Night. Well, that's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. Thank you all for tuning in to my debut vinyl community show here on YouTube. It's been a wild night. Thank you so much for a successful show, and I hope you join me next Saturday at 10 o'clock, 10 to 1 p.m. I added records to the list I did today, which made it a little bit longer show than I really wanted to, but again, featured a whole lot of great tunes today. I hope you really dug this. I guess because I wasn't on last week, I figured this week we'd go a little bit longer, but anyway, apologize for such a long show, but I'm thrilled to be back on YouTube here, and I still got to get my router fixed. And I thought I got caught in this scam, so I have to check it out there to see if that company is a legit, because they might want to sell me like some firewall for like $400. That I don't want to do. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in. I'll be back on Monday, 8 to 11 o'clock for like an all like 60s show. It won't be as involved as far as the research goes because I give Charlene a night off. She doesn't have to help me with that show, but maybe she might want to with a couple dates and whatnot. But I'll just be playing records randomly as I'm going to cough here. But anyway, I'll be back from 8 to 10 o'clock on Monday. Then I'll be back next Saturday from 10 to 1 a.m. or longer for all your requests. Thank you all. Send them to vinyltreasures@aol.com. Thank you so much for tuning in. And please subscribe to my station. Click the like button. And again, I'll be back next Saturday with more of your requests. Our closer tonight is from 1963. It's on the Big Mac record label, and it's a request for Matey Campboy. This group had this one release on the Big Mac record label written by group member Donald Calloway, and he is on lead with his brother Larry Calloway. And it's out of Detroit, Michigan. But again, they would have another record, which I need, by the way, as the Grand Prix. A great record on Big Mac. I think one's on eBay. The lady wanted too much money for like a VG minus condition. But anyway, our closer tonight is by the Manhattans, 1963. The Manhattans out of Detroit on the Big Mac label. It's called Why Should I Cry? Well, Johnny G's not crying tonight. That is for sure. Maybe somebody else is crying. I hope he is. But that's going to do it, folks. Thank you all for watching the Vinyl Treasure Show tonight on YouTube. It'll be on if you want to stream or download the show, you can go to my website. It'll be on momentarily. And I don't know how long it's going to take for the archive to go up, but it's a long show. I know a lot of you guys come back and you view the show. That's great. But I'll be back again on Monday at 8 o'clock, so tune in then. And thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. You had a little bit of an easy week this week, but I'll see you all next Saturday or Monday for another edition of the Vinyl Treasure Show. Just want to say, everybody, so long. This is for Matey, Manhattans.
Oh, oh, oh,
Why should I cry? Why should I cry? Why should I cry? Why should I cry? Darling, when I'm not used to it, why make me grow used to it by saying goodbye? Why should I shed one tear? Darling, when I'm not used to it, why make me grow used to it by saying goodbye? I won't cry, 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 cry. No, 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 no. No, not me. Not I. Simply because. So don't say goodbye. Why should I shed one tear? Darling, when I'm not used to it, why make me grow used to it by saying
Okay, folks, that's good. Listen, this camera angle, it's like got like a close angle here, and it's kind of throwing everybody off. But it's the new show. It's the start of a new thing for the vinyl community. Again, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to show you the last couple of records I played here in the midnight hour. There you go. Those are the chances. Through a Long and Sleepless Night. And got this for 10 cents. This is for Amnon on Roulette Records. And this one, I think Barry Saltz sold me a long time ago on the Big Mac label out of Detroit, Michigan. The labels were maybe it wasn't him. I don't know who, but maybe it wasn't. But it's Big Mac Records, a nice soulful doo-wop sound there, transitional. Why Should I Cry? Matey Campboy, another great request by Matey Campboy. All you guys and gals give me great requests, although some other people don't think so. But what do they know, right? You guys, you know where it's at, you listeners. Hopefully Johnny G giving you, the listeners, what you like. And I appreciate that you all stuck up for me, and you'll tune into the show. I mean, I know it's a long show, but I really appreciate even for people to stop by and say hello. It really means a lot. And thank you all for that. Thank you all for the birthday wishes as I get closer to retirement. So anyway, everybody be safe. I'll see some of you on Monday night at 8 o'clock, 8 to 11. If not, I will definitely see you next Saturday at 10 o'clock. Be there or be square for Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show on YouTube. Just want to say, again, everybody, be safe and stay well. See you then. So long, everybody. Bye-bye.